Alright, time for us to continue our gold farm. So, I was actually doing some research on my own, and I figure out why my hair keeps developing a lot of this dead skin or dry skin. It was because I did research and realized it was part of my genetics. So, I have finally learned more about how my body behaves. It's quite relieving because I don't have to keep fighting using shampoos and going through different generic advice that don't work, because it's really hard just to remedy something that's genetic, because someone might say it worked for them, but it's sort of like that one size doesn't fit all. But my hair is very itchy. But what I learned was, for me to apply the moisture in, I have to actually use warm to hot water just for it to open up my pores. And then once I do that, then it finally just accepts the moisture. I'll say, ever since I did the research, it's going to become very helpful. Okay, so it is going this way. Okay. Let me turn it this way. I just want to see, like, because I know it's pointing that way. I know. So, yep. This one is ready for crushing. So now, when something gets put in here, it gets crushed. It falls down there. Then I do the same thing for this one. Basically rinse and repeat. But I'll say the pattern should be quite similar, since it's kind of like a repeat of the first step. But I'm going to have to cut down some more trees and plant some more, so we can keep this cycle going. I'm a little bit exhausted, but I'm still going to keep learning some create. Okay, it's overstressed. I can modify the speed. I'm going to set it to, yeah, I think 171 is fine, because it still crushes things. Let's see. Okay. I'm just making sure, because sometimes the way how these things are spinning and turning can be quite confusing. Like, it's hard to tell. But once you put that down, then I might have put like another chest there too. I just gotta try something. Let me see. Okay, so it does crush. So that's a good sign. It crushes. All right. So I have to put a... I'm gonna have to put a chest right here. Okay. When that happens... So let me install the chute. I think the chute I can just put like only accept stacks. See, that's what happens. And this, and now we have gravel. Yep. So we got ourselves a functional system. And now we got the gravel sitting here. I might have to keep this contained. I might put some glass. Yeah, I might get some glass so we can still see like what's happening. I'm wondering how much iron we have. We might have like tons of blocks in here. If I think about it, we have like tons of blocks. Yep. Look at all that gravel. Wait, did I? Oh. Yeah, okay. And then when we have this, this is going to crush. And then I gotta put plates, belts down here. And then I have to, because I gotta figure out the steps. So, water. Okay, so bulk hunting. Okay, so once it gets crushed, let me see. Once it gets crushed, it gives us sand, flint, and clay, which is a small percentage. Which I could add filters where I could probably just passively just store clay balls and flint and just let them get dumped into the lava just to keep it clean. And then we have haunt smelting. And then once you have haunt smelting, then that cooks it to soul sand. And then soul sand, we put it with regular water, and then it gives us gold and quartz. It's actually a lot of steps. Ironically, it's a lot of steps. But I'm not gonna give up. This is going to be my first time building a gold farm with Create. And once I'm done with setting that up, I'm going to go and visit the floating island. To see what they have done over there. And I might be able to build more into the lab to make it look a little more built instead of it just being half built. Because I mostly focus on my ambitions than aesthetics. Or my curiosity. I'm not sure if this counts as playthrough 10 or episode 10, because it's very hard for me to keep count on like how many I've done, because I kind of go through a flow state and my overhead is very small or barely any. Ironically, we're getting closer to the lava. As long as we're not paying attention to it, we'll be close to that lava. So we can try to add lava. But I know I'm still going to have to go to the Nether to make the andesite farm, since it's a lot more abundant there. And create, they say, if you have lava that's like 10,000s of blocks and it's very deep with lava, it counts as an infinite lava source. Which, that's going to be helpful for smelteries and other functions. Sturdy plate. Train schedule. We're getting closer to making trains. From the looks of it. Once I learn how to make trains, but I gotta learn to make a drill. Unless I want to make a gantry where it just, I guess, move the drill. But that'd be a weird looking drill. Not a one that goes, you know, indefinitely. Unless it lays down its own tracks. I never knew that the copper back tank actually has armor defense or protection. if I take this off. See? That's quite interesting. That's equivalent to wearing... That's equivalent to wearing... So this is equivalent to wearing an iron helmet and iron boots combined. Interesting. It's a lot of gravel. That's a lot of iron. I'll cut down this tree, then I'll try to make the parts. Maybe after I built the gold farm, I will take a shower, and you probably can just watch my machines work in real time, since they pretty much tell their own story without saying much. I think I'm just going to work with chests for now for those materials because I might need them. They might be needed or referenced. Because when they come off the belt, I want them to pull, which means it's gonna look messy, but I want this stuff to be collected. We want clay ball to be collected and flint to be collected. So if this stuff drops, yep, so it just goes in there just like that. But that's just gonna be temporary. And I can have like lava just sitting in there, or maybe just put andesite funnels and just make a little trash can, but it's gonna be temporary. temporary solutions until until I start to allocate or move things in a particular way. Because I think this one you can hold like as many as you can. Plus I think it's more it's more designed to be flame proof. I think just kind of look at a vault as more like a storage, but it's flame proof. Because most of our storage has always been combustible material. So I might swap that out, those chests, for item vaults, since it's a lot easier. Ironically, I do have this one, so I built basically like an extra vault, unless I can probably put both things together in here. But let me see if I can do that. It might sound sophisticating, but let me see, because I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. I think just clay. See if I remove all this. Just nothing but free space. If I add the vault here. So if I try it again, that goes in. That also goes in, so that means I can put multiple things in this vault here. That's pretty cool. But you can tell it's like a very small area to cross in, because this laboratory is not a perfect one, but I think I can probably move this setup maybe over here, where this is, I can make this to more of like a showcase area. Cover this up, cover it with like glass, and all you just see is a whole assembly line working in real time. I mean, I could make something like that. That'll probably be cool. Okay, I might have to shorten it. Maybe I probably want it like right here. Okay. And then put this one. I think for this part, I want the material here to... That means this is going to be placed on a depot. Placed on a depot. And then we have an encased fan that's just blowing... That's just blowing the cursed flames, so it can turn it to soul sand. And then I put a funnel. And once I use the funnel, then I can make an assembly where I have another case fan. But I might have put it like a little bit further away. Maybe like right here. That's probably fine. Because once this moves... But let me see. Let's see how this orientation is going to work. So if we do it like this... Okay. What if I change this? Okay. What if I... Oh, that's why. Because maybe I could do something like probably like right this. And then try to straighten it. Okay, it's going this way. So that means I can, it means I can selectively alter the rhythm. But there's no right or wrong way to play. As long as I learn, that's what matters. Now, when you see this, now it stops here. It goes to a depot. Maybe I want it to, yeah. I mean, I could use a vault because, again, a vault is, in fact, flame proof. So I can put a vault here, and the only thing it can accept is, the only thing that accepts is soul sand. Oh. So accept soul sand, and I can have it dumped out to like 64, and then the encased fan just blows water. And I might just put some funnels here. Probably put 2. So if there's lava, I could just just place it down there, and it could just incinerate the stuff as it's processing. I know this lab is going to be a very hectic one, but at least it's going to show true grit. Because this is not easy to put together. Because once I have that, once I have the encased fans, I also have to go to the Nether to get some soul sand. Speaking of which, I think I can make my way out up there or in that dimension just to get my hand on some soul sand. I gotta be careful of that gas, because that gas definitely gave me a heart attack when I was tired. Alright, so we gotta look for some soul sand. Oh, there's a bastion right here. Interesting. Huh. That's if I want to get a smithing template, but I'm not sure if this type of location has a smithing template. But I do see some soul sand. Just gotta be careful I don't see a brute around here. Those were the days. I know the days were really rough, but I'm not here to cause trouble. Just one. Maybe when it's time, I might come out here to explore the bastion. And maybe just get my hands on a Netherite template for the tank, so we can add more oxygen to it. And I think I can also apply it to a chest piece. and I think it might be laced with my chest piece on it. Let me see. Yeah, so I was thinking go either way, because this is technically like wearing. This is technically like wearing, but I wish the netherite back tank allows us to do more than just breathe underwater longer. I wish it allows us to, like, you know, when you wear netherite, it gives you like the ability to, like, you know, somehow access lava easier, or be a little immune to lava. But that was probably going to be way OP, since going into the nether and you're immune to flames, it's kind of too comforting. Which, that's 100% understandable. I know I need some glass just to visually see like what's happening. So let me just... means I might have to go back to the nether to probably process the sand. I probably get a fresh stack of, you know, sand. But I do have a sophisticating idea to make a gantry. Because he said he was going to build a laboratory over there. But I will have to plan on where to make the entry and such. Unless the front will be the entry. Which is ironic since we will have glass, but I will have to probably renown this area. Because if the gantry is going to be right here, that means this is going to be a new door in which I have to, you know, let docking come in and come out. And maybe that is the only way to get in my lab, since it's going to be open for the most part, not entirely closed. Oh, I forgot. There we go. I remember last night, that gas scared the hell out of me. I saw its two red eyes, and I was like, ugh. I think when you're sleep deprived or you're just tired, your mind plays tricks. Even though the gas isn't supposed to be scary, but you can forget, and it can be a humbling experience. I might as well smelt the other stack of sand. But luckily for me, I don't have to worry about these gold nuggets, since I'm gonna get more through the gold farm, which means I'm gonna save more time, and I don't even have to touch the nether too much. I mean, I could still come here and make the andesite farm, but I would barely be touching it unless I just want to get netherite for certain things, just to run tests. And I also do see myself making a gantry in the Nether. Imagine if I made a gantry in the Nether. That would be the most sophisticated thing I have ever built with Create. But having to travel over bodies of lava just to not get incinerated by, unless I want to use blocks that are not, like, you know, combustible or, you know, flammable. Because if we use Curse Flame, it's only going to accept this. But luckily, it's just going to be fire. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing like how this is going to work, but it looks very narrow just for, you know, flame to stay on. But let me just place this down. Gotta get flint and steel. Plus, I'm not sure if that has to stay lit just to keep powering on. Unless I want to use a piston and a lever just to keep activating it whenever it goes out. Yep, that's the flame. Okay. Whoa. This thing was trying to send me flying. So yeah, I can definitely go through this. That's dangerous. Very dangerous. But it works. And I think as for the flame, I'm going to try to keep it contained. Alright. Since this is going to blow over here, which you see the crush wheel, I'll have to add a smart chute down here so it can just like casually go down. But that means I might have to make like yeah, I would say just one shoot would probably be fine. Once I make the smart shoot, then I gotta do the other part, and it has to be cooked. I know, guys, it's a lot of steps, but we're getting there. It's kind of strange on how the hand kind of just doesn't reach over to it. Looks kind of strange. Because see, once that goes in, that's gonna drop. How many I want this to drop? Anything equal to 64. See? Then you're gonna start seeing this happening. This is when we see, you'll see this happening. Then I have to add water right here. Yeah, I'm doing everything I can just to keep this contained. Then I gotta add my encased fan back here. Like this. Okay, there's a lot of space right there. There we go. Do that. Then we gotta somehow connect this, just like that one right there. Create is a very interesting mod to tinker with. There we go. So now we have this system up and running. When this happens, and maybe I should, it feels like I should add a depot, because for one, it's going to be cooking. Yeah, it kind of feels like I should add a depot. Okay, so let me just move this down. Man, this is gonna be messy. But it's just gonna be like a slight move. Like right here. Yeah. I hope this doesn't change too much. There we go, it still blows. And then once this happens, then I can probably, and then it's gonna, I just want to see the result. So let me add the flame to it. When that happens, it's going to cook. I'm really trying to see how we're going to keep this contained, because it's technically fire. I mean, I wish there was a better way to contain this, but unless I can put it further away so it doesn't like burn the fan. Because again, I'm not sure if it's like, is it going to cause like a fire? But as you can see, it turns into this. And once we have this, I can't believe I actually got to do a lot of mining. I just wanted to see it turn into either nuggets. Okay, quartz. Okay, I see some little gold in there. I see some gold. That's cool. At least it's telling me that it's working. And then I gotta make mechanical arms. That's a lot of quartz. That's a lot of quartz. But I'm just hoping it doesn't like burn anything else. Like I don't want this thing to burn. But since this is what this does, okay. But I think for the gold, I may have to like, yeah, I gotta make some mechanical arms. Mechanical. Okay. Then I have to add. This would mean I'll have to adjust the I have to do some more adjustments to the system. Because now that would mean one and well, technically, well, that means I can still put them in like 1 vault. It means I can put these in 1 vault. Maybe in 1 vault. Or I could probably make this smaller. Because I don't think we'll be getting like lots of flint and stuff. Let me see. Okay. I think I'm just second guessing a lot right now. I might just go ahead and make the make some more vaults. I mean, when you have a lot of stuff in Create you can do, everything feels so endless. It's like you keep saying to yourself, there is something to do. Let's just keep building. I think create can be very addicting when you're like very invested into like learning. Let me see. Oh, so that's how you connect them. That's interesting. Ooh. Okay, so I gotta like make 3 more. And then we got ourselves a vault mixed with gold and nether quartz. Let me see something. There we go. All we gotta do is add our little mechanical arm, which I think we gotta make an item filter. Great. Make an item filter. Get string, wool, 2 iron nuggets, put it in a filter, and then we got 2 things in 1 smart filter. I really can't believe we made ourselves a gold farm. This is quite an accomplishment. So now all I gotta do is get a gold nugget and some nether quartz. And I think since we have nether quartz, we can also get diorite, mix it together to get andesite. It means we're unlocking more possibilities. But eventually I might have to start organizing things to make it look more formal. But I think this is fine. Just slap an item frame and then we know what it is. I mean, it sounds lazy, but it's gonna work. So let me just place this. Okay. Actually, let me move it over. Take that back. There we go. This one might... Oh, that's cool. So it does work. Just running a test, so I'm going to let it... Yeah, take items from depot and deposit them in there. So now we got gold and nether quartz, and I can filter it out to only take out gold nuggets. But for the nether quartz, I have to figure out, like, it's going to be a lot. And then I could try to set up like a little system and then we just have gold blocks. But I had to figure out what can I do with gold, because I know we can make gold nutritional bar, crunchy bar, cook arthropod. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Golden apple tree fruiting leaves. Golden dandelion. Gold mimic. Okay, that's just a hat. Stacked gold blocks. This is if you want to put them in stacks, but in a fancy way. Gold gates. Gold trapdoor. But I'm just going to say I'm grateful that we finally made a functional gold farm, and I can also adjust the speed. I can even make it a little bit slower so I can still run some other things, because it's still pretty fast if you think about it. Like, it's still pretty fast. And then all I gotta do is add yep, all I gotta do is add maybe I could probably add another mechanical arm if I want to, or add a or just put it in the chute, and then it just presses into gold, and then it gets outputted again, and it gets converted into a block, and then we got ourselves a gold block. And what you're going to be seeing is me organizing the single items into block versions of each other, which it's going to hold even more things. And I know some people are probably wondering, how do I pull like blocks of iron out? I had to use chutes to do it, but it's still a lot of iron blocks when you actually like count all of them. Like, this is a lot of iron blocks that I'm getting passively, all thanks to the mining drills. Okay. I think for these I can just overstack them now. Oh, I messed up. I was supposed to put it for brass. But you can tell that I am getting slightly exhausted. Naturally. Because all I gotta do is pull gold out of there. Pull gold. Let's see. Because of course, I will have to put one here. And then I have to somehow add a depot. Not a depot. I still probably have to, because see, I had to add a cauldron or a basin. I keep calling them cauldrons and basins. Because of course, it's gonna come out, and I'm gonna maybe make it come out like right here. Keep it controlled. Because all I want is gold nuggets. But now we can get like stacks of this stuff, which is good. See, it goes right in there. And this is how you get. Maybe I just probably want. I'll say exactly. That's probably like a good start. Exactly. It's kind of hard to tell if it's like a stack already in there. But I just gotta see in the future. But I want the mechanical arm to pull from here, and we have two of these. Unless there's a way where I can bridge them together, but this might require me to use a depot, since I'm starting to know the pattern. Because see, it's always going to want this, which means I gotta get a gold block out, a gold ingot, and then try to formulate a block of gold. But this technically means I may have to collect some of that gold from the Nether for it to like, for me to maybe process it, or I could just wait until I get a whole stack of gold. I can be patient. And I've been recording for an hour and 41 minutes. You can tell I have been putting a lot of time. I just know that building the lab is going to be like my next step. Still building it upwards. Have a roof over me so I don't have to worry about the thunderstorm striking me. Open this up. Get some sand. I don't know if I need sand. I could probably just work with a deep slate laboratory, because I have been mining tons of deep slate, so I probably would just use the deep slate. lot of deep slate. It's like the only thing I can see is using deep slate for builds. And probably even make something for the gantry. So now that I have gold ingots, I can make a block of gold to make it easy to filter. Because what's going to happen is it's going to filter out only gold blocks. I mean gold ingots. I should put some crafting tables around these areas. And then a block of gold. You can almost kind of hear the wind. Yeah, you can definitely hear the wind. And then I have to add another basin nearby. I do it this way. This accepts gold. See, this is how we do that. And all you just need is one. I think all you just need is like four gearboxes. I know, I'm working overtime putting this all together. But this is what it feels like. It takes time. And I think I could, because I have diorite. Let me see here. Nah, I think that's only cobblestone. But since I have a lot of iron nuggets, I can definitely make tons of andesite alloy. But once I go and return back to the Nether, I can make an andesite farm. Alright, let me see who messaged me on Discord. That's funny. Legacy's trying to rage bait somebody. Legacy has to understand. He has to understand that rage baiting is kind of just... sometimes it works and sometimes it just doesn't. Like, I just find it exhausting to do that because that takes a lot of energy to make somebody else feel you know, miserable. But that's Legacy. He kind of just wants to do that because that's kind of his thing. But I say Legacy is being Legacy. All right. So now this what happens. That gets pressed and pressed, and then I have to make another depot, and then it's just gonna be for block of gold. And that means we have fully automated the gold farm, because I could just be offline for like a long period of time, and then when I come back, I can just pull block of gold or whatever and just be like, here you go. But people might think I'm going to be flaunting my wealth or whatever. I'm willing to share. I can share. It's just, I still gotta find things that keep me sophisticated, because I have to keep learning, because most of this is a learning experience. And I know when this happens, I'm trying to see how this is going to be outputted. Okay, because see, when I do this, that's what happens, and then I had to use a funnel, which allows me to, I'll say exactly, I would say any amount, since it's just gonna drop whatever is in there, and then I add my item vault, which, let's see, because I'm really wishing that it can just like pour to one and then it just comes out, or I could just, I don't really want to make another arm because it might overstress the machine. So if we have this, I could make it like it's neighboring, because let's see, because I don't think these can like share like the same like spot, because if it's right here, yeah, that's kind of strange, unless I intentionally put a piece right here. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. I have to like force it out. Yeah, force it out. This will just accept any amount, unless I just want to, you know, put a whole stack of gold. Like, it takes that much. I wish I could put like a customizable amount, but it's going to dump the gold in, gets pulled in, and then outputs here, and then that's when I can put my vault down. Let's see. Maybe this is the only way you can find a, I guess a loophole with the whole system. But I just hope that all these machines don't cause an overstress when it happens. Okay, that's connected. Let's see, that goes in. I think I can start with like, I think I can start with like 4, unless I want to connect this. Okay, that's strange. Let me fix it. Unless I gotta do it like this. There we go. So we can have the blocks all connected properly. And then it's time for me to add this. Take, and I want you to deposit. So if we put a stack in here, so now we are seeing the gold nuggets being converted. And we only have 7 gold nuggets in here. So now we gotta wait for the gold nuggets to be processed. Unless I want to add a chest right here just to put all the quartz in there, and then you just see all the quartz just stacked in there, and then I could probably do some remodeling, because I might use the quartz for like decoration anyway, because I think quartz is more smoother for the aesthetic. Plus it can be utilized faster, and we have more purpose. So let me put everything away. It's gonna be messy, but that's all part of the experience, because I'm already like getting exhausted, but I'm still gonna go and explore, because I've been in my lab for like so long that I know some people probably want me to visit to see like what they've been doing. So yep, this means the nether quartz has been officially solved. Now it's just the redstone part. For redstone, I probably can use crushed raw iron, but how to get crushed raw iron is literally through iron ore, which means harvesting. Let me check crushed gold. Let's see. Crushed gold. Let's see here. Okay, for crushed gold you get 9 and you get nether quartz. I mean, that's if you want to, you know, mine the ore individually. And we also have viridium. I know this is going to be very important, because if I try to crush that, I'll definitely get tons of material, unless I want to process that type of ore in the nether, since I guess it's more appropriate for that reason. But this is what I call progression. Like, this is good progression though. Like, now we have gold. Like, this is pretty good. Just gotta put a because see, I think what's gonna happen is I want it to output. I think I forgot, because if I'm trying to move it, I also had to put another depot. I mean, I probably don't have to keep using depots and stuff, but for me, I'm just doing it just to have fun and learn. Because see, when we have a depot, that comes off, and then try to see how it goes back in, unless I want to just add a chute or a smart chute. It's still like a hopper, but more intelligent in a sense. It means we still gotta put it in a chute, or we can use a hopper, but I think a hopper is a lot slower, since it's going to overfill and it's going to take forever to process. We kind of already seen it firsthand. Okay, so now if we do it this way, that's going to drop onto here, but if I added my chest like this, like it's like a hopper, it goes into here, we can still open it like it's nothing. And then I just put down nether quartz. If I toss it and just make it go downwards, let's see. I think I can't modify the size or the filter of how much it comes out, but we turn it on. As you can see, we're getting stacks of nether quartz, mostly for building material. unless there's a way to like stop it. But I think if I add like a mechanical belt, that's probably the only way. And then you can just set it up, and if it overflows, it kind of just stops in its tracks. So I still gotta toggle this manually for now. Exactly 64. Unless I do want to put a chest just to have a buffer. But let me turn on my shaders. It's gonna be laggy, I know. Crate is very laggy when it comes down to just running these type of machinery. But it shows the truth. So you can see, like, yeah, we got gold here, vaults, everything. There we go. So now we have officially made a gold farm. I might even show this to Legacy as well. But I think for Legacy, I might just show like a clip, or it's just gonna be a silent clip of me just giving a little tour of the place. I'm just gonna place that down. But now everything is automated. It's time for me to explore. Might as well carry my oxygen tanks, some torches, my extend no grip just in case. Tools. Baby. Okay. I could still visit the Monulite. But maybe, I think once I get through the tube, I might maybe take a break and just take a shower or something, because I do smell. But I can't believe we officially made the gold farm. So now let's go through this tube. Let me just enable shaders. There we go. Okay. So I got stuck in the on pipe. Okay. Okay, so I think I found a bug. Not sure what it is, but I found it. This wasn't supposed to happen. I think because I was eating. I think it's because I was eating. Yeah, it's gonna be messy, but it's all part of the experience. But yeah, spent so many hours. The relief. Revolutionize kinetic energy. That's true. But I think what I'm gonna do though is just chill and take my shower. I'll be right back, but just enjoy the scenery. Alright, so what's going on here? So I got kicked for reasons, but I am back from taking my shower and washing my hair. So I was doing research, and it turns out that my hair was in fact very very low porous, meaning it doesn't retain or hold moisture in. So I had to sit in the shower for I would say like a while for my hair to get warm, and I could just use shampoo and conditioner, then pat my hair dry, and put my beanie. I don't mind wearing a beanie, but I know people around me is going to say, take that beanie off or whatever, but they don't understand that I actually have a genetic issue. When I did my research, it turns out that my hair basically gets cracked and dry since it needs humidity and moisture to stay soft. It's quite interesting. But we're on our field trip, which is to explore this area. But I should put a point here so I don't get lost, so I can like come back. There we go. Call it hypertube. So I would say this grip is basically useful for knot back. Temple. So that's where my hypertube is. So the island is right around here. Or is it over here? But I'm just gonna go ahead and explore that area over there. I wish I could make a hang glider, but we don't have those. A potato cannon. I might be able to think about doing something like that, but I would have to get my hand on some potatoes and just make a farm and just mass produce tons of potatoes and use inputs and outputs. And then once we have that, then I can use potatoes as ammunition, but it requires pressure. I'll say this might be a lengthy one too. Oh, we got an egg. I know eggs are very important for the blaze cakes. All I just need is like a chicken and a hopper, and to just let the chicken just exist, or populate as many chickens in a small area to get eggs and have tons of eggs to make blaze cakes. But that's if I want to make use steam completely, but it's completely up to me. But I think if I want to work with steam, it might just be something to try. Okay. So they got a cooking pot right here. You can see like they got some nice flora. Hmm. Can I access these barrels? No, they're just decoration. I don't know who lives here, but let's see. What's this supposed to be? Electricity generator? Interesting. So they have a fan, a refrigerator. Interesting. That's intriguing. I mean, I'm not a culinary person, but this looks very habitable. Hmm. I think I should also make a chair just in case if I want to stand up sometimes and sit down. Because sometimes I'm tired of standing around. And what's... Okay, so this takes us back out. This looks very, very detailed. So where this takes us to? So it takes us out into the lake. But I'll say this looks pretty decent. Got little gearboxes. I don't know what that is. Probably for fishing. I'll say this is very habitable. But I'm trying to say, like, I mean, it's nice. You got from the crash site. You build a nice area that's habitable. But where's the kinetic energy? You have electricity to like power up a fan, a refrigerator, and probably some other things. Oh, that's powered up by a pressure plate. I'm still trying to scratch my head about the electricity generator. Okay, but even if I have this, I can probably install something like this if I just want to. I guess add some fans in the laboratory, to control the heating because the machinery can be overwhelming sometimes. But I'm going to explore because I know we have, because I'm looking. Because right now I'm not sure where we at, but it's one of the locations. And then if we go to the floating island, I know we can't go up there. Or can we? Because I know there's like more, but you could tell that I live all the way out here. Like, I'm just that far away. It's very absurd that I gotta go travel that far just to do science and research and just exist. But other than that, that's a very intriguing little place. But they may have to work a little bit with kinetics though, because it's going to help them a lot. in the long run. It's going to help them with cooking. It's going to help them with farming. It's going to help them with everything. They're missing out. But if they look at electricity, I mean, that's fine, but I'm just going to wish them good luck on their survival. I'm just going to see, have they changed anything when I was gone from that hole since episode or playthrough number 3? Because I just want to see what it looks like, because that's one way to get ore and materials. But I don't have to worry about iron anymore or gold, since I can just get that easily. Okay, so that's the floating island. Okay, so that means I gotta go this way. A bridge, huh? So they made a bridge, but I was gonna say I was gonna build them an elevator. That's gonna save a little bit of time instead of just building wherever this is. This is like a very steep bridge, but an elevator, you probably will get there in like seconds. But this, you probably have to like run up there to probably make up the seconds, and you're already using up all your food. But at least we can get up here. Alright, so let me check on the top of this. Okay, so this was their crash site. Okay. There's some quartz and some wool. I'm trying to understand, why is the rocket made out of that? Okay, let's see. Okay, what's this sign? Rest in peace. I guess one of the people, died that operated this. I'm not even sure like how many people were around. Okay, so they have a farm. Well, this is a nice farm though. I think for I'm just going to only take what I need, because I do need potatoes and I can always grow my own farm, but since potatoes is technically a seed, I'm just going to do this and just replant, because I do need some vegetables. There we go. The wheat, I could care less about unless I want to make bread. Might have, you know, interesting returns. Another portal. Okay. So they got a hut here. So just some furnaces. And what's this? House. Okay, why does this have redstone? Not sure that's intentional, but it has some dirt, chests, a globe. Wait, what's going on here? Why is my experience going up? Is it because I'm growing crops? Maybe that's why. I think if I grow crops naturally, maybe that's how I get my experience to go up. And if I have create, that can definitely go up passively as long as I stand around it. So that's a benefit that I'll take advantage of to increase my Technomancer class. And I still haven't used a Waystone yet because I haven't slayed any Endermans. But we do see them living in houses. And let's see here. There's like a little underground area. Loyals don't use or break or bone meal? What does this even mean? What's this say? Loyals don't use or break or bone meal. Okay, so I guess it must be something that I can't like use. I'm just gonna not touch it. So we got this house. Has some cherry blossom wood. Interesting design choice. Interesting. Okay. So let me just check. Okay, they have a brewing stand. Okay, so they're able to make potions. So maybe they were able to make potions before I did. Intriguing. They also made a palm tree. We got all these mobs up here. Not sure if this is all claim protected. Yeah. I know this island, I'm trying to do whatever I can to reduce the mess, but in reality, things happen. So let me just try to swiftly go through all this so I don't damage their homes. Because they look pretty nice, but they don't have good defense when it comes down to just trying to survive the dangers out here. Okay, we got a baby zombie. Let's just get off this island if we could. Because it's way too dangerous for me. I'll say it's pretty habitable up here. But it just lacks defenses against those hostiles. Trying to see, like, is there anywhere else I haven't visited? Because I know there's like more places to visit, but I can't tell if they're like, I know they already marked their locations on this map, but it's really hard to tell like where they live. Because right now I'm on the bridge, so I'm not sure who lives there. I know they still live here. Then you probably have a few that probably live out here. I'll say some locations are pretty limited, and you probably have some that probably live here. I'm just saying, I don't know, but... And then you have something right here. I know this was supposed to be something. And you also have somebody living here, but I guess that's for reasons. But, I mean, I'm just going to say I visit the islands. I visit the floating island, and I'm just gonna do something to my laboratory. And I think this is also a house right here too that I didn't see amongst all these cherry blossoms. I might think about going to the Nether to probably get, or maybe go and just slay some, go slay a brute piglin and just continue until I get a netherite back tank to hold more pressure. Because you need a better food source than just eating dried kelp. But I'll say, visiting their place was quite intriguing. But I'm still gonna prefer going back to my area. I would say that was a nice visit. They have nice homes, very flashy cottages, homes, while my lab is just a big cold place. I think in the meantime I'm just gonna be on my phone, and it's 2:41 a.m., which is insane. But time does fly. Alright. That's actually a nice sunrise. But let's begin building our laboratory. Might as well just collect whatever I can out of those chests and from my deeper parts of the lab. I think I'm just gonna first is get all the deep slate out, use it as building material. Quartz might be used for like still building material. But I have so much deep slate that I can't ignore it. I think I can probably remove these doors now, since I could still, like, you know, lock it, because only I can access the area. this is my laboratory. Okay, that's probably cool. Just have a little door. Sounds nice. Just walk in here. See this, enter. Boom. I've been recording for 3 hours and 21 minutes. Which is like a long time in a sense. But we still got more to explore. And I might actually wear diamond this time to go to the nether. But I'll have to make sure I have some extra copper back tanks. Just in case. And let me just type helmet. Oh, Netherite diving helmet. Yeah, I think this one holds even more oxygen. Together with the Netherite back tank, this can protect you from extreme heat. To be effective, legs and feet have to be covered in Netherite too. Ooh. Okay, this is worth my time to do some science. I might even make a new thumbnail if I want to. Okay, we got some zombies and I don't want no mobs in here. Get the hell out. I spent too many hours in this. So let me just get some torches. I might even think about go to the nether and grab some glowstone and then make redstone lamps. Because I think right now I'm kind of excited. Like I'm actually naturally excited again. I need torches. Yeah, I think for now I might just place down some glowstone just for now. This might be the laziest way for me just to input something and it'd be like, okay, this is what we got. So let me, but I believe we probably have like a lot of golden, a lot of gold right now, but I doubt. Because I know there's still like more to do. So I'm just going to place some glowstone. And then when I return to do some more recording, then I could clean it up a little and add some interesting designs. Even make this whole lab more quartz looking instead of just deep slate. But I think it's probably best to keep it as deep slate since it kind of just keeps it like it's a solid area. It's highly resistant to explosions because, you know, mobs here kind of will just damage anything like creepers. It makes creepers think twice about exploding anything because they can't destroy it. I'll say in a sense like that. So I'm going to go up here and go to the nether to grab some netherite and some ancient debris if I could. But again, I'm not going to be wearing netherite everywhere I go. I'm only going to wear it when it's necessary, mostly for like nether traveling. But I know some people might find it like I'm being too OP, flexing wealth or something like that. Nah, I'm not gonna try to flex wealth. I might still gotta use this copperback tank. Okay. Because I still gotta try to be careful when in that dimension. So let me just cook, like, I would say, let me just keep 16 of these and cook 12 baked potatoes. I'm telling you, it's gonna be very messy, but interesting. Alright. So let's go to the Nether. I might have to make maybe like a spare diamond pickaxe. Because all I just need is some all I just need is like some netherite or ancient debris. I think I might as well just check into ancient debris. Okay. Okay, so we can't double or drop, so I would say getting that is going to be pretty natural. But once we get into the nether, collect some ancient debris, maybe repair our diamond armor so we can have a lot more, so we can have some fair enchantments on it and fair perks on it, and then we can just, you know, use it just to go to the nether. Because I think nether is more suitable for like heat resistant situations instead of just being forced to wear it every second. Because I'm going to give it some value because it is a very high quality material to use, and I'm not just going to treat it like it's some like cheap just like some cheap armor that I have to just be like, just get netherite, make ladders, go all the way down to like Y13, look for it, and you got yourself that. I'm going to create balance with that. So I think I was trying to get some for the sword because I might try to add sharpness to it. But I'm going to be careful still because I don't know what those mobs are capable of. And I'm going to definitely be scared of seeing that ghast again. Because that ghast is so unpredictable. Okay. I don't think I can just toss those out. Time to go into the nether and see what we can inspect. Get some nether brick. I can use these as building blocks. Yeah, you can see them all over there. So I'm just going to build. Okay. There's like a few good chests there too. But I know they said the safest way is to use hoppers. Use hoppers. If I use hoppers, then they don't get startled, and I can just pull whatever from the hopper. So it's like their AI kind of just doesn't get triggered that way. But since I'm playing it the intended way, it actually provides real stakes, because it all depends on how you, like, you know, play or anticipate these situations. Like, I know they're going to see me because I'm an intruder, but since I have this reaching arm, I can definitely just grab stuff. Magma cube. Okay, magma. Yeah, see? And I can also trade with them too. So that's still like a nice little thing to do. But they are pretty mad since I am like interacting with their inventory. But I gotta be careful though, because they might think about crawling or climbing on top of blocks. Curse of Vanishing. Okay, so it seems like the brutes aren't like annoyed too much, but I want them to, like, so I can, like, you know, kill them with this arm or with my grip extender. But I think what I really came here for is the smithing template. Block of iron I don't care for. Ooh. Okay, they hit pretty hard. But still. Interesting, that was Ancient Debris. Probably like my first piece of Ancient Debris. Just gotta get it processed and turn it into scrap. I wish we could multiply the scrap. But I think all I just need is like one ingot and then the template. There we go. Now that we officially have the template, I can leave and just focus on getting the Netherite or the Ancient Debris. So yep, not trying to speedrun or anything, but keeping it real of this is kind of how it's played. But I'm going to still stay in the overworld and the Nether. Not going to go nowhere else, because I'm just going to stay focused on create. You want items? So let me just give them a stack. Give us some ender pearls, I think. Okay, we got leather. Do we have a barter system? No. No barter. Yeah, he's going to keep running away since them piglins are just kind of a distraction. Like, I understand why he's paranoid. Let's put you right there. I'm just going to keep you trapped in the hole. Once I'm done trading, then... Can this piglin just go? Like, you gotta go elsewhere, man. I'm trying to trade. Don't try to scare my customer away. There we go. He should be safe now. Yeah, this is how I actually did it when I was playing Better MC. Just like this. I don't need quartz. I don't need iron. I could take soul speed just to move faster on soul sand. Spectral arrow, glowstone. This lets you see your targets. Fire charge. I think fire charge is just like flint and steel. Eye of Darkness. What does that mean? Pick up an ender pearl. And we got a dried ghast as well. That's pretty cool. So I could probably just grow the ghast and then see what I can do with it. And this is the official one, not the modded one. So that means I can actually ride the ghast if I wanted to. Just to see, like, what it's capable of. Are you done trading? Because I already have like 2 ender pearls. But the leather is entirely appreciated, so let me just let him out. There we go. Thank you for your service, man. Now I have to I'm gonna go into the I'm just gonna go into the overworld and just go ahead. Okay, wait a minute. I'm just going to take this one off. There we go. Because I haven't set it up where it pulls netherite scrap. What's going on here? Hey, stop it. Is the server lagging? Is this server having a seizure? Like it was trying to render me in. Smith and template. Okay, so I can make multiple of these as long as I have diamonds. Alright, so clean up my inventory. I think I might just stick with the golden carrots and stick with golden carrots and then just go down to get the ancient debris, because I think all I just need is what, a few. I think I was reading a Discord message for the Happy Wheels one. He said he was deleting my comment because I guess it's based on context. But even though I might have said something different, but deleting it kind of just shows like you're hiding something. Like, when you mostly delete anything, it kind of feels like you're hiding something. Like, if there's like something in the rule where it's like, don't take things out of context, but if there's no rule like that, then you're kind of just removing it personally, as if something is triggered. But it's fine because he has control of his server, of whatever is said, whatever it's being shared. It's like my server. I mean, if you say something that's out of context or whatever, I delete it. But it all depends on like what the context is. But people just try too hard to sanitize everything instead of just correcting it in real time and be like, nope, that's not what we're talking about. And I'd be like, oh, okay, then that makes sense. Like, that's the proper way to correct me in real time. You don't correct me behind the scenes. Like, you know, private message me and tell me I removed it because it was taken out of context. That's not kind of how it works, man. What you're kind of showing is something that you're deeply hiding. But it could be something that's nothing, but when you do that, you kind of just create suspicion naturally like that. But that's just me. So I gotta go down to Y level 16. Oh yeah. Since we are in the Nether, this lava does boil really fast. But doing all of this just to get some... all of this for an interesting upgrade. I gotta be careful, because I don't know if this lava's gonna, like, pop out or anything. Like, it's quite concerning. See? That's what I'm talking about. Just gotta be careful. But we are in a good location to look for ancient debris, because it's mostly in the nether wastes for the most part. 17. So we're right at the sweet spot where netherite or ancient debris naturally generates. But I think on my mind now is just to make the netherite armor, just because I just want to wear it, but mostly just to be able to just go into the nether and wear a full netherite set, but only to do research. Now I have to, like, guess where it is, or just mine veins until I stumble across, like, because I think all I need is what, 4, 8, at least 16, like 16 at least. Because if I make, say, back tank out of netherite, it's still the same way. Like, pretty much the same way. I think efficiency 3 would probably be enough. Just get in for experience. Because the nether does reward for a lot of XP. Okay, those don't provide experience somehow. So nether quartz provide experience. Found one. Alright, so we already found basically for the back tank. So we got one for the back tank. So we just need 12 more. But to get back to Happy's message early in the morning, I'm just going to say it's part of the experience. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes some people just do it to keep their servers clean, to prevent confusion and arguments and such. We tend to make mistakes. We're human. 3:21 a.m. in the morning. Let me check leather. Phantom membrane, batwing. Interesting. Very interesting. Sometimes things can hide behind gravel or dirt, like skulk. When you ever go to the deep dark, you see tons of skulk. If you had a hoe, you see diamonds, because you might have been skipping on the diamonds. Only have 5 netherite scrap. 5 netherite. All I need is 16. really trying to see if there's any more ancient debris. Because I know this is going to require me to upgrade my pickaxe to either efficiency 3 or efficiency 4, which it can make mining a little bit more easier. But it will break my pickaxe faster too. Because Netherite is like one of the most expensive metals in Minecraft. But the purpose I'm going to use it for is for heat. And 23 experience, 23 levels, doesn't sound bad. Since I might be able to enchant like something to efficiency 3. That's 7, because we got one at the... That was scary. Wait, so we need... So what's 7 minus 16? 9. 9 more. Alright. So now we just gotta make a stronger pickaxe, or a pickaxe that have, I'll say, tolerable durability. Because I know I have to merge like a few efficiency, have to merge a few efficiency 1s to get 2s, to get 3s, and then, because I think 3 to 4, that's where it starts to be a lot more faster and more beneficial. Or was it actually 6? Because that's 6, so we need 16. I'm not sure I was miscounting. Because I think I either have 6 or 7. I know I have to save a few of these diamonds because I gotta make at least like 4. I wouldn't have enough to do that. So I'll definitely have to see, like, what can I... Let me see. If I use a book, that probably wouldn't change much. It means I may have to merge the pickaxes together. That's efficiency 2. I might collect those diamonds that are up there. To finish the smithing upgrade and to also be able to enchant more. Gravel. Because I'm definitely in the very bottom layers of the of the overworld. And you can tell that I'm tired because I've actually been recording for like long periods of time because I just love to. I just have the passion for it. And if I do, in fact, apply the netherite to the diamond, then that means I already have, like, what? Damaged netherite. And I can always add mending to it later. But that's once I start interacting with, like, villagers and go to villages and start making trades. Maybe that's probably, like, the only way I can get out of my shell. Go to a village and trade with a librarian to get something. But first I have to see, is there anything else I can do with this diamond pickaxe? Unbreaking. Well, it has unbreaking. Sometimes I gotta work with what I got. But if I do have to upgrade this copper back tank though, which I can, so let me just... Copper back tank. That means I just need 4 of those and take the ancient debris. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm just so drained because I basically built a gold farm like I said I was. Now I'm just I'm just working on low battery. But this is all part of the experience. Alright. So let me check this. When we do this, I'm going to put my gold in there. This is going to be for my... I might put this one up. Yeah, I might use that. Now, let's make some netherite. Now we have this. And we merge it together. It kind of looks like a chess piece though. Yeah, it's definitely like a chess piece. Not sure if it holds more oxygen, but I can always give it a test to see how it like behaves and functions. We're going to try how much oxygen can it hold. Okay, the number didn't change. So it still holds, what, 15? So it didn't, like, amplify, like, the breathing. So it didn't amplify the breathing. So I think all it just did was give us more protection, like like a regular chess piece. And then we have magma cubes now. Never seen these guys in a while. Yeah, I'll say the grip, the extended grip is actually pretty good when it comes down to just, I guess, knocking your opponents or your enemies backwards. Let's try this pickaxe. I just want to see how efficient it is, because it might be efficient in a case, but I just want to see if we can find ancient debris a little more efficiently or effectively. Because I know I've been spending hours. Yep, that's fast. Yeah, that's fast. If you have efficiency 1, it's a bit slower, but I think efficiency 2 is more than enough to breeze through it a bit. That gave me a jump scare. Okay, now we're in the warped forest. So we're kind of just moving too far away. I want to stay in the nether wastes. But I'll say that advancement did scare me. Have they ever realized that was actually pretty scary? It's kind of like listening to a logo, like one of those, you know, the THX logo. It kind of sounds like that. Like it startles you. Warped forest. They're pulling me away from the nether wastes. So I gotta, so it seems like I gotta stay in this fixed area. So we gotta go north. And then keep getting hit with lava. Okay, now we're in what? Near the deltas. Yep, that's the deltas. This lava is just really just trying to dissuade me from even getting the full set just to see how it functions. But if I can't get it, right now, I can always get it another time. I know I'm supposed to be building the lab, but I think the Nether kind of just caught my attention with the whole armor to see how it, like, you know, allows us to breathe or tolerate lava. It's kind of like wearing fire resistance, but with create. It seems like ancient debris is like one of those things. It's like one of those things. Cause it's like one of those things that forces you to mine a little bit recklessly. And also forced me to bring an anvil. Because this is efficient. It's like once I add on braking, it should last a little longer. Alright, that's... Okay, so let's head all the way back. Get a fresh anvil. Diamonds, maybe. I don't know about the diamonds because I think I kind of used up all the diamonds. They definitely made me do a lot more work mentally. It's kind of crazy. I think I might be able to apply it to the helmet. I think once I get the helmet, then I gotta do the leggings and then the boots. So I'm trying to figure out, like, cause it feels like a maze right now. Okay. Yeah, it definitely feels like a maze. Where does this lead to? Yeah, it gets kind of hard to tell, like, where you at. But I gotta bring my anvil. Bring my anvil. Maybe see if I have diamonds. And then we're fine. Because I think I could probably... Let me see. would have been nice if I had diamond horse armor somewhere. But I guess you could only get those from supplementary dungeons or something like that, because of how rare it is. Yeah, so that means we have enough to make the helmet, which is a good sign. Makes me want to move this. Feels like I should move the feels like I should move that furnace, because I don't think we'd be up here too much other than just being down in our laboratory, just thinking and existing. Okay. Submerged mining speed. Okay, so this is what we look like. Interesting. So that's what the helmet looks like. That's kind of cool. Now we gotta repair this. Since we can't really repair with diamonds because we don't have any, the unfortunate reality, that means I gotta make one more trip back into the fiery hellscape. But it technically means that we have half of a netherite set. By technicality. It's just the leggings and the boots are the only things that's left. I think I can put that on. Together with netherite bag tank, this can... Okay. It says to be effective, you need legs and feet, so... That means I still need leggings and boots covered with netherite. So there's always going to be some exceptions. Because I guess they set that up so you can't exploit it. It's quite clever. all I just need is ancient debris. This ancient debris is just playing hard to get. And I understand why. Because it's really like one of the rarest metals in the Nether. Like I might have seen a few here and there, but they're not common like you see diamonds. Cause look at that. There's no ancient debris in sight. It feels like I cleared out this area, or how much I can clear out. I think I should work on. I might have to add some to my clipboard when I return back. Because of course I'm going to have to get some diamonds. But I think the goal would just be increase my enchantment table status so I can be able to look for some ancient debris a little more efficiently. And I might even take a new screenshot, because I might say I'm wearing half of the create set. I just need the leggings and the boots, because it's gonna be a very lengthy process. Unless I'm had to go look in the Piglin's hideout or Bastion to see like what else is there, because I'm pretty sure they might have some more ancient debris lying around, because I might be able to collect a few bit of those, and then I may return back and just, you know, worry about a small amount. I'm also looking at the pressure. Because I know there's more. Of course. The gas. See, I gotta charge my hits. I'm trying to hit him. Oh well, I can't play ping pong with a ghast. There are a few chests in a few locations. Wonderful. Ow. So is the aggressive pig that wants to kill me. I know brutes are designed to be a little more security oriented. You can't bribe a brute. Brutes don't care about wealth. They protect. Okay. Some ham. At least we have some netherite scrap. Trying to see if there's like anything else. Because I know there's like a few chests here and there. Unless those are the only chests that's around, and then you got the war ones up there. I think my body's getting sleepy because it's like my right shoulder is kind of just, you know, just jerked on its own. I don't know. Now I gotta try to make it back in one piece. Because the portal's over there. I'm not even sure why I'm crawling over here. So I'm just gonna have to pair it with this one and probably do a final run back in here to see if I can get some ancient debris, because I know we have like another piece of netherite scrap. I forgot there's like better combat in this. I wish ancient debris was... I wish I had enough ancient debris. Let's see. Cause that's one bastion. Because I know there's another fortress. But I'm... Imagine the piglins get triggered when the gas hits them. Imagine piglins learning how to bridge to the gas, and the gas is just running away. Just because he caused the fight. But the piglins just shook it off like it was just like another Tuesday. I've been recording for 4 hours and 54 minutes. Don't worry, guys. I will try to conclude it. Just one final run. Gotta charge these up. I'm not gonna eat that yet. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, guys. One more trip in the Nether. Because we only have 2 Netherite scraps, so that would mean, because we need the leggings and we need the boots. So that technically means we need 6 more. We just need 6 more. Because once we get 6 more, then we have technically made ourselves a Netherite set. Technically. This Ancient Debris is being tricky. Very tricky. Because I know there's like lava. It's all part of the experience of just getting the rarest metal. I would just say the entirety of vanilla Minecraft. Look at this. That's how difficult it is. Because all I just need is, what, 6 more? So that's like 2 down, 4 more to go. It's going to be very rough. But once I get the full set, I'll test it. Because it would just show that I definitely went further and beyond just to really make it. Because I really want to. At the same time, the Nether is so unpredictable. It's unpredictable and it's unforgiving. Pressure is low. Because I really don't want to use up my extendo grip. Come on, Ancient Debris. I just need 4 more of you. That's all I'm asking. I don't need a netherite sword. I don't need netherite tools other than just the armor alone. Because I will need it to travel and maybe work with very heat-resistant exploration. Because I probably want to see how it actually functions. Like, will I move in the lava faster? the Nether's very unfair. Let's say you gotta go in a particular direction. You gotta go diagonally. You gotta go horizontally, vertical. I would say horizontal and diagonally. It's like you gotta change your projection. Your not projection, trajectory while doing this. Because it's like you don't know when you're gonna come across it. It's like gambling, in a sense. But I know most people would probably use X-ray. But I'm like, nah. That just kills the thrill of it. And sometimes it's not even around Y13. It could be hybrid in around 14 or 12. But I would say I would have enough to actually make leggings now. Yep. You can tell I'm not having no luck really finding the other four. It really goes to show. It's a lot harder to actually know where it's gonna be generated at or be sitting, because it's like you gotta guess. $47. Once it breaks, it breaks. But okay, so I'm thinking too, if I can't get it through mining, I could always look for another bastion. But I've been recording for 5 hours. 5 hours and 7 minutes now. And the only thing I can think of is just going out to another structure, or maybe the Nether Fortress, I guess. But I doubt the Nether Fortress is going to have anything valuable, since it's kind of more like primitive things. Maybe horse armor, but I think my mind isn't going to be focused on horse armor. It's probably just going to be thinking about the not the horse armor though, but more of the just ancient debris, because I've already have what, 2 in my inventory, and I just need 4 more. So that would mean I would have to like either find another like bigger bastion that probably has more loot, or maybe a higher possibility of seeing more ancient debris. I know, guys, you can tell that I sound exhausted. But I'm really determined just to get this Netherite set. But at the same time, it's like, at what cost? Because I'm wearing diamond. Like, I'm just putting it on the leggings and the diamond boots. And then once that happens, then I'm covered in Netherite most of the part. But I'm not going to be wearing it all the time, though. Unless if I just want to use it for, like, you know, heat reasons. Like, mostly for heat. Because I'm still going to prefer iron over Netherite anyway. And this extendo grip is going to be very helpful in the Nether too. If you guys are wondering about why are you using the extendo grip, it's basically like an extension of your arm, but it requires kinetic energy and pressure to be able to place blocks at far distances. And I see somebody have a portal right here too. And I guess it could have been the portal that I was coming from in. But I don't know. As long as I wear a helmet, I'm fine. I know he doesn't like blue warp mushrooms. Yeah, I know you don't like those. Because it probably doesn't taste good. But it makes you want to understand the lore of like why they don't like eating those. Maybe because they're highly toxic. Because it warps something. Maybe it warps their perception. But I think I'm just gonna go as far as I could, but I know when we cross here, this is just Soul Sand Valley, and I don't know if that's a bastion. I specifically don't know if that's like if that's literally a bastion. That could just be bones. Because we're right here, and our portal's over here. Where are we? I'm really just trying to think of, like, how we're going to be traveling. I think it would be ideal for me to just return to the overworld and just conclude my playthrough. Because, I mean, there's still a lot more to do. Like, there's a lot to do here. I don't want to drain myself mentally, where it's like I kind of just looking for particular metals just to make an alloy, which is Netherite. Because there's a lot more things to do than just search for Netherite. But the good news is, at least we were able to make half of the sets, or maybe 3/4 of it. And I know we got like another diamond pickaxe in here. Wait, was this already looted? Let's see. Because I know this is dangerous, but I gotta be careful. Oof. Okay. So this pickaxe just vanished. I'm just really hoping we're going to come across some ancient debris. Unless I gotta like find like another solid location instead of just mining in the same spot that it was in. Because if I keep mining in that same spot, maybe that's why I'm not finding any results. Or it's sort of like one of those, if you keep mining in the same spot for too long, it kind of just, you know, it's like you don't really have many rewards to reap off on. And I know I'm supposed to be concluding the video pretty soon, but I'm still pretty determined to make the full Netherite suit just to test the lava, or just test a piece of lava. But I know I gotta go all the way down to Y level 13 again, and then just mine out, rinse and repeat. And I think this area is a lot more solid. No, never mind. It's not solid. It's still covered with tons of lava. But this is a pickaxe of vanishing. At least it's not bending or binding. If it were binding, this thing would never leave my inventory. The only thing it will leave is if I maybe die, or I guess find an alternative. Or somehow like force the armor off of me. Because all I just need is still 4 more. And if you remove efficiency, your pickaxe kind of lasts longer, but that could just be just perception in a way. Because I really want to make that suit so I can try it. But again, I'm only going to wear it for like flame or fire, you know, mostly just heat reasons. So, no, we're not going to Soul Valley. We gotta stay. It's sort of like we like crossing biomes, and then you just try to understand like what happened to all the. It's like the ancient debris spawn a lot more commonly in the nether wastes. It's like there's a preference of where they're spawned at. I can't believe it's like I was able to find like quarter of it. Now the game is like telling me I can't get no more. Funny. I think I remember I used to have to try to collect 16 ancient debris for prominence when I had to make the virtual mining drill. It was crazy. It was crazy expensive, but I was able to make it, which was insane. It was worth the price since you can kind of like make a farm of it. But man, this ancient debris is playing hard to get. Like I don't see no retextured netherite. Man, this ancient debris, you gotta come up, man. You can't hide forever. But I was gonna say it's all part of the experience. Nothing is easy. You gotta work hard to earn it. I was looking for this netherite, or this ancient debris, whatever you call it interchangeably. It's about working hard to earn it. So, Sand Valley. This pickaxe is about to die. Or go dead. And I still haven't found any ancient debris. This is baffling. Like, this is genuinely baffling. Very baffling. I can only break 88 more blocks, which is going to be really fast. Man. Oh well. That also broke. So pretty much, yeah, I think the Nether is pretty much like gambling just to get something decent. And in the end, you spent all your money. Now I basically made this a maze. I made all this to a maze now. Great. I'll get out of here. Because I just gotta... Yeah, there we go. But still, that was quite disappointing. Because there was no ancient debris whatsoever down here. Only 2 pieces from this run. So that means it's time for us to go back to the lab. It's 4:54 a.m. in the morning. It's crazy that I've basically been gaming all night until I still haven't found the full set. So I might be able to either do the boots or the leggings. I think I might do I might just do the leggings. Maybe the leggings. But I still prefer iron. So once I wear the Netherite armor, you'll just see that I'm just going to be wearing it for flame resistant or flame retardant, so we can survive the blistering heat of the Nether. So let me just grab this stuff here. What a journey. What an absolute journey. So, like, I really wish we can double our drops, but there's nothing that can do that. So I'm gonna put it on the leggings. It might be damaged, but we're getting there. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and take another screenshot, but it's gonna be laggy because of the frames and, you know, everything else, because this is like a very long playthrough. So let me just do this again. I might either just, yeah, I'm just gonna put on the helmet. There you go. You can see that I'm kind of there. Let me turn on the shaders. Yeah, look how laggy it is. It's quite ridiculous, but that's part of the experience. There we go. Now we're finished. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this playthrough. We've been recording for 5 hours and 35 minutes, and that is the longest. There were some breaks where I had to actually attend to my real life hygiene, and I might just go ahead and probably drink some water or maybe drink some caffeinated drink. I don't know, but I definitely need to get some rest. But yeah, once we return, I'll have to probably go back into the Nether, but I gotta get another diamond pickaxe, do some more excavating around here, maybe remove this wall and then space it out, and then we got ourselves more room, and then we can go on and on with making some cool things. But I do want to check out this one more thing, guys. Okay, one more thing. Let me just go and just, you know, pick up my pace here and just use a chute just to see how many gold blocks we have made, because I really want to see like the results of all that hard work, that the hours of the grind that I've put into all this. Hope this is worth my time. Let me see. Okay, so you're telling me it's only like what, 1 block of gold? So you're telling me I did all this for 1 block of gold? That is sad. But I'm just going to say, as time goes on, it's probably going to be a little bit easier. But yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and rest. And until then, I see you guys next time with another Monulite SMP experience.